Testing. Welcome to episode 137 of Beauty Magazine. The Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. The story takes place in the year 2008. At that time, is currently around April. The magazine has just turned 10 years old. The first issue was the March 1998 issue. In 2004, the magazine was merged with another magazine after both magazines' publishers were bought out by a bigger publisher named Regency Publishing. This has caused issues, and, that's a pun, this caused issues with the issues. And the magazine Beatrice Ullbright intended to have is just not the same anymore. It's like they took the content of the other magazine and slapped her title on it, and it's just not what she wanted. In our series, we have Sims 4 gameplay. Occasionally we build things, and occasionally we use a website to create pretend magazine covers and articles and whatnot. Oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. I meant to click on this. And, good afternoon, Daniel. This is Flip HTML5. This is a site where it allows you to use their free features to, make flipbooks and magazines and whatnot, and then they also have pay features. They have just enough of, free features that I was able to figure out how to do with my limited amateur skills of I'm using Microsoft Paint to do this stuff. I'm not some graphic artist or anything like that. And but I was able to take some pictures from the game and come up with some pretend article names, and again, they're fake articles. They're not meant to be real advice. There's our original thumbnail. Well, our second original thumbnail with the characters that I made, and some advertisements, and a photo spread, and another one, and the boots that are featured in that article, a nail polish article that I started on, a cooking together article that I started, working out using punching bags. That's an advertisement from the game that I just took a picture of. So pretend magazine. And Beauty started out as a simple magazine. Now, while Penny Pizzazz was a fashion model at the time that Beatrice Ullbright found her, she was a brand new fashion model and just getting her start. And Beatrice just happened to be backstage and took this photo in the cherry dress. And then, similar thing happened. She was backstage at this, when this soap opera was kind of new, and Lexi St. John was one of the new stars, and it just happened to be a soap opera about a magazine. So maybe she was just trying to get some ideas by being at the filming of that magazine themed soap opera, and just asked permission if she could take a picture of this young lady in this her favorite black dress. This might not have even been the one that she was wearing in the show. It could have been the one that she changed into to go home. We don't know. but it became the second cover in April 1998. This young lady here is a repair sim. You know, usually a lot of times you'll see her wearing overalls, but today, in this instance, she was wearing her dress. And she became a cover model. We got Stephanie Foster, a maid, not wearing her maid uniform. But she could easily have been filmed using a maid uniform. For all we know, it could have happened in later issues. We just didn't, I didn't film though. I didn't get pictures of that. Maybe that's an idea for me to go back and do a few covers like that. Or even, maybe on the inside, pictures of her wearing her work clothes. You know, that could have been something that was inside the original Beauty magazine. Haley Miranda was a model, a friend of Penny Pizzazz's, that got fired by Penny. The Star Echelon Modeling Agency is the one that Penny Pizzazz and Haley Miranda Mackenzie were working for early on. They had all the tight rules about, you know, you don't cut your hair, you don't change your outfits, you don't do this, that, and the other without permission. And a lot of modeling agencies have that sort of thing. You know, you basically become their slave. But Haley got fired because she had a doctor's note saying that she couldn't walk the runway in high heels. And they just said, okay, well, hit the road. And that rubbed Penny the wrong way because Haley was her only friend. She was new at the agency. And so Penny was ready to quit anyway. She didn't really want to be a model. And she went and got her hair cut, and they fired her for getting her hair cut. But before the guy could fire her, she had already walked the runway and got noticed by, you know, a fashion designer and a few other people. And it just so happened that one, Chantel Rice, who worked backstage for Star Echelon, had already been in contact with all, you know, she'd already worked with all these models that were getting fired. And she started her own modeling agency called Flamingo. Now it's several years later, and Haley Miranda no longer walks runways, but she's the manager of Flamingo. And she was a model for them early on, her and Penny. And then again, Beatrice just out and about, you know, meeting people and getting candid photos of people. You know, it's just Bella Goth happened to... I purposely tried to make Bella kind of look old school. You know, a cross between her and, was it Betty Newby or something like that from Sims 1? With the... I think she had a... You know, a bob like that. Anyway, that's how I remember Bella Goth, because I've been Sims for a long time. You know, and she had this outfit. Or something like this. You know, where it was like strapless. And then Mila Munch baked a pie for her family for the fall. Because this is a September issue. And then October issue, Lilith Vittora just out for a walk. Ignoring the whole vampire thing. But it's just funny that I caught up with her right as the sun was coming out, and she's out for a morning stroll. It's like, you better get back indoors there, girl, if you are a vampire. But, and then this lady here, I was looking to do new poses, and, well, I just had her start singing and took a picture of her while she was singing. So, but this is how Beauty was, and then for the anniversary issue, it was Penny on the cover, wearing one of these dresses again. And this was the lady that I said designed them, Helena Rose. She designed this style dress with the different prints each year, like one per year. And then we started taking pictures of elder people too. You know, just everyday candid photos. This young lady just happened to be having a cup of cider. Tess Schaefer, maybe she was 18 at the time, but having her first day of actual high school, and not she had just been adopted, or maybe she had been adopted at 17, but had just turned 18 and is going to school. You know, something like that. I just, you know, I don't necessarily want to say that I had minors in the magazine yet, but maybe I did. I'm trying not to. So maybe the thing is that she was adopted recently for her senior year, but as she, you know, her first day of school, maybe she had just turned 18 or something. And then we have another elder sim who just applied for college. This Saprea just covered a pumpkin. You know, just everyday things going on. Building a snowman. Her new buddy. You know, and then the second anniversary with another dress, and once again Helena Rose, and she kind of changed her hair a little bit. And then after the merger, the magazine started looking more like this one here. The splashy clickbait titles, and, you know, gotta be some sort of celebrity. Aubrey Thornton is a young actress of some sort. I don't know what she's in, but she's in something, and, well, she's the cover model. And then our April issue, where we got Penny out in the rain for April, the April showers. So, something a little different for that. This was the actual first issue that we were starting to work on. So, and then we're currently kind of working on this May issue. It's a work in progress, so it has not actually gone to the stands yet. And I say that for a reason. You know, I'm trying to... It's still part of an evolving story, so... Because this whole story is evolving. The magazine is still going through changes. There's issues, there's... I keep saying the word issues. Of course there's issues with a magazine. There's nothing but issues. There's volumes of issues. And then we have some rival covers. Okay, that was our issue there. Gloria's Guide is like Vogue. That still exists. That's still the big... On the pie chart, you know, they got in the game, there's the pie chart. Gloria's Guide has the really big chunk of pie on the sales. And then Blush and Bloom is the magazine that got merged into Beauty that had these kinds of titles. And then this is one that I came up with a few days ago that's currently existing. I didn't put any titles on here yet, but there would be. But this is Fashion Passion. And what's with this is our fashion editor, Dana, put together this outfit at the thrift store. There's thrift stores that have like a bunch of back stock that people have donated and given these old outfits that were like used to be sold at like Walmart or Walmart or, you know, them type of stores. Walmart's the version from American Truck Simulator. But she bought up a bunch of these, and put together this outfit for her own thrift store where she's trying to recycle the clothing in a way, try to inspire people to buy these outfits and give them, give them a new home, like give them a try again. She's sad that a lot of these good clothes just, maybe if they'd have had a better pairing with something else at the time, like maybe this blouse came out, let's say it came out in 2002, and this skirt came out in 2004, and they were never had the chance to be paired together. But now here it is a few years later, and she's like paired it together and posted it online, trying to, she was in the influencer career. So this was the first outfit that I had her put together when she got to the top of the career. And it works. Everybody's wearing it. But the thing is, this is a rival magazine with a model wearing this. And nowhere does she get credit for coming up with this outfit because nobody really knows or at least nobody's giving her credit for it. And that kind of is ticking her off a little bit. But to make matters worse, Dana is going to be, when she goes to do her thing, like, this might not be the cover we end up with for the May issue. I'm thinking that there's going to be some sort of delay in getting this magazine out. And some other magazine is going to end up with this lady on the cover before we can get ours to the print, and some other things are going to happen like that where Dana's going to get scooped. Other magazines are going to have some of the people she intended to have as cover models, and she's going to want to know what's up. She's going to think somebody at the magazine where she works is spying or stealing, ideas and things. But yeah, there's going to be some thoughts of sabotage. So let's get into the episode here. Now, if you missed yesterday's episode or the last few days, we were working on the Berkshire story, the whole Berkshire family. And I'll have to just recap that because it finally came to not a conclusion, but a new beginning. Some things got resolved. The tensions and the doubts and the fears and the family squabble type things. So, if you can see this picture of Beth over here, let's open her profile. Beth Berkshire. She is our hair and beauty writer. The story all along for all these episodes up until yesterday is she is the daughter of Byron Berkshire and Bridget Berkshire. Byron grew up in this house. Byron grew up in the green one. Bridget grew up next door in the pink one. And they've just been best friends and lovers ever since they grew up with each other and they got married. Byron had a strict, conservative, uptight father. You have to pardon me. There's people over, so when I hear somebody on the steps or something, yeah, I don't know what's going on. Could be the dog. I'm in the basement. So, Byron's dad had always hammered into his brain about, women can't do this, women shouldn't do that, they should be at home cooking the dinners, all that garbage that, you know that. You know that story, right? Well, he had dreams, he had hopes, but he was brainwashed by his dad and, just always hears that same voice in his head, So when Beth grew up, all she ever knew is every time she'd say she wanted to be a hairdresser. And all she ever heard out of her dad's mouth was, you can't be a hairdresser, you won't make money. You can't be a receptionist, you won't make money. You can't be a waitress, you won't make money. You won't make money. You can't do that, you won't make money. You need to find somebody to marry, or, whatever that goofy stuff that they say is, because it's, the times change and you can't live like that anymore, especially these days. Everybody's got to have a job somehow. Somebody's got to have the job, unless you're rich. But so what happened was Beth grew up, wanted to be a hairdresser, couldn't be one because she didn't want to go against her father's wishes. She went to college, and he had no problem with her going to college. She seemed to be studying legitimate things, and, well, she became a journalist. And, maybe he thought she was going to go work for a newspaper or something, and had a lot more opportunities than just doing hair. Maybe she could have been an anchor woman on TV or something, or, just whatever it was. He kind of laid off because she was at least going to college, and getting the college degree would have unlocked a whole lot of doors, a whole lot more than a cosmetology license. So she graduated college, and, ignore that it don't say that on here, because, of course, I didn't have her play through the university thing. I've never had anybody play through the university. But she is a college graduate. At least enough to get the credentials to be a writer. And she works at a magazine doing hair and beauty articles. A topic that she loves. And she's gotten enough money to go and get her own apartment. Now, it wasn't until the other day that I actually built her an apartment over in Brindleton Bay. But she does have a small apartment. And she's been holding her own. And not only that, but recently, now that she's stable and, at least living within her means, she's also started apprenticing at a salon in Brindleton Bay. But she was keeping that from her mom and her dad because she didn't want to face the backlash of any of those words about you can't make money, etc., etc., and, Where are you at? Okay, you're sleeping. And then our live-in nanny here. I really gotta have this be a long story short, but the salon where Beth was, one day Bridget showed up as she had gotten a job as a receptionist there. She also was tired of listening to Byron's words about can't do this, can't do that, and she wanted to give a job a try. So she got a job as an apprentice, or not a receptionist, not knowing that her daughter was apprenticing there. They found out each other's secret, and they both been hiding the secrets from her father and husband. Well, recently I okay, I think I felt a vibration there. Let me check something. Maybe not. Oh, maybe my phone had vibrated. I'm really, really hoping. It hasn't happened. It's 1 o'clock now, so I doubt it'll happen, but there was like a snafu with the schedule at the grocery store where I work, and I was totally expecting to be called in today, even for a 4-hour shift. Because according to the schedule, they had both of my coworkers coming in at 7 o'clock and nobody closing in the meat department. But they probably have somebody else covering that. Probably have some bagger or somebody pulling all this stuff from the counter. What you doing there, buddy? Hi. Hi, buddy. Want some chicken? Here. Some chicken. As what's been happening is because this is not my only household. I came in here to check on these two the other day, and you know how you got the green line and the pink line here. Well, both of them it was fully red on both of them for these two, and I had to fix them as a couple, and for the story, and they went, I fixed their relationship, got them back in love, took them to the romance festival, renewed their vows, and as the story also goes, I've got another character here. This Neil Diamond, he's not the real Neil Diamond. He just shares the same name, and he's also a singer. And he's married to Cracklin' Rosie Diamond. And their daughter, Sweet Caroline Diamond, is our food writer. Well, at the moment, they happen to live in this house over here. But, all the parents have interacted in some way over time as I made them. Because, I added parents and families to the story as I've gone along. As I've expanded the world and the stories. Well, the story was that Byron, while they were at the romance festival, somebody had spiked the tea with like vodka or something. So they both were starting to get drunk after just drinking the flirty tea. And in reality, Neil was telling a joke about Rosie, his wife, and Bridget was just laughing at that. But Byron thought that they were flirting with each other and possibly had done more. And he became jealous and angry. And he went across the street to the Honey Pop bar to get a drink, and Bridget, not knowing any better, because she, they just renewed their vows and all that, and she goes across and, has a drink with them, and they've already drank some alcohol at this time, and drinking some more, and, well, one thing leads to another, and I've got a recording studio in the basement of Honey Pop, and there's dressing rooms with closets, and well, they ended up in the closet, trying for a baby. And neither of them remembered that part happening. They remember being at the festival. They remember perhaps going to the bar, but they don't remember after that. So, had Byron found out about this baby sooner, he probably would have assumed it was Neil's. But I kind of went in a little bit different direction with that, just based on how things turned out. Instead, Bridget was home on the couch. Byron came home from work. She had not made him dinner. And he's still thinking she's cheating on him. They had a blow up over, because she's pregnant, she bought some tuna. And I'm going to say this right now. I have no clue if pregnant ladies should be eating tuna or not, or, mercury or what. I don't know. I don't give a crap. All I know, it was something that was, I clicked on the thing, and in the sack lunch, tuna sandwich was an option. So, because he had told her to get in there and make him a sandwich, she made him a sandwich. And then the fight continued when he went in here and he's like, what the hell is this sandwich? I don't eat tuna. Why are you making tuna? Type of thing. Probably thinking like, oh, have you been making tuna sandwiches for Neil? And anyway, she basically told him to shove the sandwich up his ass and walked out the door. And then she went to work at the salon the next day after spending the night in the hotel. Met up with her daughter. Moved into an apartment where her daughter is at. Had the baby. Because, in Sims 4 here, you only get a couple of days to have the baby, not 9 months, so you're stuck having it right away, no matter how you're trying to tell your story. So, yeah. A few days ago, they woohooed in the closet, and now they've already got the baby. So, story-wise, it's a miracle, but there's the baby. But, long story short, if I can do it that way, Byron was at a bar. Neil just happened to pop in, and Byron found a way to just talk to Neil and ask him questions about, he found out that Neil had no intentions of cheating, and that Bridget's always talking about how much she loves Byron and things like that, and that Neil loves Rosie so much, and it calmed him down. He realized what an asshole he's been. And in the meantime, Beth had sent a text to him or called him when Bridget had gone to the hospital, but Byron was stuck in a conference because he works in the business career and didn't get that message right away. In yesterday's episode, the mother and the daughter decided enough is enough. No more lying. No more playing around. They're going to tell Dad everything, but he has to apologize to Bridget about accusing her and all that. And, well, everybody kissed and made up and told all their secrets. And it turns out Byron has always wanted to be an artist of some sort, but never pursued that because of his dad. And at the end of the episode, Byron got to meet his new daughter, Brindle. And there's less concern now that he's gonna pass on the "you can't do that because" bullshit. And he did apologize. And so, and while Bridget would like to, she might still be the receptionist at the salon. They've hired a nanny here. Now, this is not, I think this is a nanny that I did hire at one time, or hired to turn into a model, or whatever the case may be. But I added her to a household to, remove her from that. So this is not one that we hired via the phone. I've added her to the family instead. Just because what I've learned from trying to do this series is, for all my different houses, I just gotta make my own NPC type person to hold the house so I can move people from house to house and back and forth without having to worry about selling furniture and redecorating houses and all that. I want things to stay the way they are. So we've got a person living in this house, pretending that we're running this one out. That type of thing. So now that I've caught up on that, Beth is free to be a cosmetologist. She's given both Bridget and Byron little makeovers in the past few days. They know that she's becoming a hairdresser. And they're okay with that now. So now that I've said all that and caught up with that and took all that time to say that, I want to get back into the main topic, or at least attempt to, because the overall story is the fact that Beatrice Ullbright needs control of her magazine back. Right now, Beatrice is not... Yeah, she is living at the... Okay, we do have her living at the magazine site right now. I'm going to move Jacinda out. Okay, first, Evergreen Harbor, where's that at? There it is. Okay, Dale Sheridan, Jacinda, you go back with your husband. Julia, we need you to temporarily move out somewhere. So I want to get the main characters back into for a meeting at the magazine building. Alright, I'm going to temporarily move you over with the diamonds. Julia was our roommate slash intern, but I was getting a little tired of the whole complaining about the noise and crap, so I finally added her to the family the other day just to shut her up. But I'm gonna temporarily move her out. I need to move somebody in at Dana's place. Beth is all alone right now, so if I move her out, she'll lose her apartment. Okay, you're currently there, the my firefighter lady, so you can watch the baby. Misty can come for a visit. Diane Warren is currently... Okay, you're holding down the fort at Sylvia's apartment. Timothy's acting as nanny at Brooke and Caroline's place. I don't know if I want to have Cody come by or not. Okay, we can bring Cassandra back. All right, let's start doing that. You know what? Let's temporarily put you... No, let's not. Let's create somebody. You know? Doesn't hurt to make somebody new.
Sarpava Chord. Queen Original. Wissadib Sarpava.
Well, that explains it. Clarissa Cazares. Yeah, you just I'm just having you be a neighbor type thing. I don't right now. I don't necessarily want anything. You're just a placeholder. I maybe at some point we can expand your story, but you know, there's also that. Yeah, there is. Buddy, stop. Stop. Jeez. That's quite a... If you give them both of these, damn, that's okay, you can't have both of them. But you can do both of these.
Oh, Ben Koya.
Buddy, stop. It could be this. Oh, I'm sorry. You're probably wanting more chicken. What the hell's wrong with me? There you go. It's kind of early in the day for you to have your chicken dinner here, but... Do I want this to be the one for her, though? Because we already got... I mean, does it have to be a couple? Can they just be best friends? So that's the problem. If I put them together, the game is going to be like doing the same thing it's doing with Dana, where, hey, I've got a crush on you. And then I have to decide. That's an interesting... That's an... Yeah. Sad. The lonesome loser. Oh, man. Might die of a broken heart, though, if I were to do this. Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Gloomy but self-assured. What are you trying to make yourself? Yeah. Except I'd have to be picking a lot more of this stuff. Goofball? Gloomy but playful.
Turbo kangaroo. Ugh, skee-ba-row. Ugh.
Okay, this is not quite...
Strongy.
Paranoid but confident. Well, I had no idea about the whole basement thing there. Hey, Norman. Welcome to Beauty Magazine. It's amazing how I'm just trying to create a nobody and taking forever doing it. Maybe she had a parent that was similar to Byron. Well, here's work calling me. Work is calling me. This late in the day. I will be right back. Hello? What's up? Well, I told him no. It's not my fault that the manager decides to write these schedules. You know, she took over the schedule writing soon after she became the manager. And we're shorthanded. We were down to 3 people. Now we've got 4. But one of them's a new guy. And it's not my fault. You know, in the last month, for the month of May, let's look at my calendar here. Let's see. What days have I had off? I think I've had like 3 days off, maybe 4 or 5 now, but I don't think I had a day off until either the 15th or the 17th. And they were gonna call me in for one of those. Yeah. Sure enough. And here's the thing. You know, it's 1:30. I'm not available. I just said it was a nicer manager, and I feel bad doing it to her, but I was wondering if you could come in for 4 hours, and I'm like, unfortunately, I can't. And I'm the one that's been getting all the overtime. You know, they've been offering it to me, and I've been taking it and taking it and taking it, and I need the money, but I'm also exhausted. I can't keep doing this to my body. Unless I find out I need it, I can't afford any meds. So let's find out. Let's not find out that I need that. Anyway, I said no. I knew they were going to do it, so I've had time to think about it. Ever since I saw the schedule. I saw the schedule and knew they were going to try to call me in. Because I'm not the one that scheduled both of them for today at 7 o'clock in the morning. With a meat counter, a service counter, that somebody's got to be around to close later on, and they insist on having it open. It's not my fault. And here's the thing, in a month or so, they're ripping out that service counter. We won't even have it. But they're still insisting on having it open now. Just so a couple of people throughout the day can come and get one or two tenderloins or a piece of salmon. Because we're not getting that many customers. We're not. We're getting a few extra that we weren't getting for a little while because another store nearby closed that did have that kind of stuff. But not enough for the big wigs higher up in the regional area. They still said, no, you guys don't make enough sales. We're still ripping them out. Ripping them out. Anyway, so I'm not going anywhere. There's currently a party going on at this house. I'm not going upstairs unless I have to let the dog out or something. At least I think there's a party. I don't know. It's supposed to be a pool party, but the wind and crap might be putting a damper on that. But I do know that some people showed up. Because I've heard the noise. Anyway, now I get to feel bad about that. And here's the thing. I got called into the office yesterday by the actual manager, and I thought, oh, here it is. She's about to ask me. Instead, it was about she was telling me about she didn't schedule me for 5 days this coming week. She'd only scheduled me for 4, and she was finally going over which day we were putting me on. So I'm working Thursday this week. I wasn't originally on for Thursday. And then we were changing a day for the following week because we're getting our new meat manager that week. And she wanted me to see if I could switch to do a morning so that the new lady could do the afternoon shift. Nothing about today. Nothing about today. And you're literally looking at the calendar. Wouldn't you look at this week's schedule? No, you didn't look at this week's schedule, so it's not my fault. It's not my fault that this lady, wants to run roughshod over everybody and play God and be perfect and know everything, and she knows everything about everything, and that's not how we do it. You get 7 days on this, not 6. She knows everything. She's a know-it-all. You wrote the schedule. I had today off. Why do I have to be hero all the time? Hell, for all I know, I don't know how they'd be doing it, but they could be watching this right now. Hey, if any of you are watching this right now from my job, hey, I'm not lying. That's how I see it. I want to be there, but I can't. I'm worn out. I need my day off. I'm not a young punk kid anymore. And the fact that I've got to be working until I die, because who Lord knows I ain't going to be able to retire, I got to think about that. I got to make sure that my body's going to hold out that long. If I don't die of a heart attack. And Lord knows I was almost died of a heart attack today, so. They going to be sorry when I'm laying on the grocery store floor. Or they won't. What do they care? Can we get a bagger back here to the meat department to stock the shelves? Robert can't do it now. Okay, that's a little bit too much. Let's not do the, she's gloomy, but let's pick something else. She's socially awkward, but also confident. I like that. I like that. She's sad, but she's socially awkward. but she's also self-assured. That seems like a good dynamic to have. I really like that. That's interesting. I hope that, I hope let's turn her into a character. Hey, look, I like her shoes. For being a rando, that they sure did put together an outfit there. I'm liking that. She got the whole Aladdin thing going on of some sort. Is there something that we haven't done yet? A maker, a writer, knitting, an act. We haven't done an actress yet. She likes comedy. She likes dancing. She might have 2 left feet, but she keeps trying. She's a lonesome loser, but she keeps trying.
Rowie. Silly. Gibbs. Barterimbo.
And of course, she likes writing. We gotta have them be writers. She likes the video game. Maybe she likes playing The Sims a lot. Barterimbo. Let's leave some of that alone. Maybe she wants to not just act in the movies. Maybe she wants to do some of the other stuff later. We'll leave the rest alone. Well, I like to sometimes leave some things for the pop-ups to be like, hey, does she like this? Yeah, that's what I meant for her to do all along. She likes to be complimented, even though it doesn't happen often. She likes stories because she wants to be an actress. And she likes small talk. She likes jokes because of the cop, but she doesn't like gossip because people have gossiped behind her back when she was a kid. She doesn't like pranks because she was picked on. She doesn't like deception. Maybe she was able to get by because her mother, gave her a lot of hugs. Maybe that helped her confidence. Maybe when she was with her mother, she was more confident. Maybe over the years, when she stops and thinks about it, she'll think about something her mother said to her, and that helps her jump a hurdle.
Ah. 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 Whew. Ah. Wissa did. No. Then I,
I wish I didn't have to turn these things off, but I can't control this stuff when I'm not. I don't want them woohooing with other Sims. I don't want that happening, but without me telling them to do it, but. I don't know what I want with this. You know what? I'm sorry, bud. I don't know. I'm deciding. You're just gonna keep bumping me until I give it to you all, huh? I don't know what I want to do here. She's different. She doesn't want to be labeled.
Wambosi Palingo.
Poli 9 Mokosa. Kenneth Lovo. Ah, Yabasani.
Deroy Benarla. Skimbo Jorm. Weasel Bebede. Skimbo Unabla.
Christine. Wangini Lorraine.
Poli 9 Mokosa.
Sapoma Wabasi. Narshkul Smiba, huh?
Mibun Grosh. Massa Plim Sarpava.
Hey, Reginu Nupsa.
Thubi Web. Logor Thoriera.
Flippy Safruma.
Wexa. Bornadu. Oh, Zisamba.
And a prep kit up. Ah, Yabasani.
Yazid. Ravuda.
Olupas, my Olupas.
Shanib Doyum, huh?
Febine Lovo. Idagomp Shlof. Wissadib Sarpava. Narshkul Smiba, huh? Poli 9 Mokosa.
Kenneth
Lovo.
Febine
Lovo. Ulak Barvahoy. Wambosi Palingo. Mibun Grosh. Wissadib Sarpava. Onea Lure.
Okay, I don't... You don't need to put that like that, though. That's annoying. I don't... Because if I click... Damn it.
Ah.
Alright, I'm just gonna go with the simple one then. Unlabeled. That says unlabeled is like without unlabeling it. But what are you wearing? Can we get like... No, I want the ones that look like they're supposed to be on the guys. This is still... Alright. You gonna make me do it that way? We'll frickin'... She's making up her own rules.
Oh.
Okay, well, we're not quite going that way. So we need to,
Ooh.
can you get at that without stomping all over your plate, buddy? Yeah, that's an interesting choice. Okay, I'd love for her to wear those with something else, but not quite this. Yeah, I like these, but it's not. I want a black one. Yeah. It's weird looking. But at the same time, it doesn't have to be that all the time. She might like something else. Let's Let's find something that Beth is not wearing. What do we have that nobody else is wearing yet? I think Cody wears that.
Ah. Mm-hmm.
Not quite. She hasn't earned that yet. Maybe when she finally becomes an actress and has an award show, but if that's what her story takes her to. It's a little bit too much. Let's do the top and bottom approach. What? Yeah. And then for this one, and for that one, she likes to wear nail polish. Now let's not forget, she's not isn't because her main outfit was not all black, so she can wear a different color. This is not like only doom and gloom here. Yeah, whatever. Just give her something here. Party, it's not really what I'm after. Let's go with that. You didn't change the shoes. Whatever. Yeah. Except for the shoes. Let's give her some yeah, whatever, girl. Just shut up. Where goes other boots go? Was it these? No.
Ah.
Yeah. Alright, let's make sure there's that. That. Not wearing any weird jewelry. Okay. Any rings or anything? You got the nail polish. So technically, Clarissa lives in the other apartment in a complex. And they probably haven't actually met yet. Or something like that. But, or maybe Clarissa is like, maybe she grew up there. Maybe her parents were the landlords. I don't know. But anyway, we're moving her in the best place as a placeholder. There's a potential they could have a relationship in the future. Potential. But for the time being, I kind of looking forward to seeing what this does. Gloomy, socially awkward, but still self-assured. I mean, if I were to put clumsy in there with that, it's like socially awkward, but still self-assured. That to me, and then clumsy, it's like, well, she's running towards them hurdles, she's jumping them, but she keeps hooking her foot on them. But she keeps jumping them. Been there, done that. And she's, for the most part, female characteristics. But she doesn't like being labeled. For the most part, she feels that she's attracted to females, but she's never minded the thought of having a baby herself. You know, she'd love to be able to love a baby. And even if it wasn't physically possible for her to do so, she might adopt, if possible for her. You know, you'd have to, if she had the means, the money, etc. because it's not easy to just become a single adopter. Yeah. It's not easy to do that as a single parent, to adopt a child. So, but Clarissa Cazares. That's how I'm pronouncing it. Clarissa Cazares. Yeah, I think I like that one.
Ah.
And the main reason I'm going with that is, one, in my on my channel, we don't discriminate against those who we don't discriminate based on gender, and we don't discriminate based on love preference. Exception being, I don't want, I'm not in favor of full blown adults going after young children. I mean, it's one thing if like two teens are in love, or one's 19 and one's like 16 or something, and it just, if it happened a few years later, nobody would bat an eye. But a 25-year-old going after a 12-year-old, or that ain't right. 30-year-old going after a 10-year-old, that ain't right. Now, a 90-year-old going after a 70-year-old, well, I realize that's the same thing, but it's the same thing, but it's different. Unfortunately, there's got to be like a finish line. Like, if you both reach the age of 30 and beyond, we gotta like loosen up the whole robbing the cradle thing. But maybe like 20 being the finish line, but still. Consenting adults is consenting adults, but when one is not even finished growing yet, that's not right. Please tell me I have a... There she is. There. Alright, let's get in here and at least save this. Because that was a little bit scary. You know, and that should really test out Byron too. If these two were to get together, and you know, I don't think Byron's racist at all, but let's hope not. You know, that just sticks in my craw, though. Would work. You know, I mean... $130. Not, you know... Just last minute like that. Hey, can you come in? You know, as if I'm supposed to just be sitting around waiting by the phone to see if work's gonna call me in. You know, I mean, I realize that's not how it is, but that's what it looks like. I mean, you know, like, I'm not allowed to have a life. I should be hanging by my phone just in case work wants to call me in. And thankfully, she's the nicer manager that, okay, but I feel like shit. I'm glad I didn't have to give a reason. I just said, unfortunately, I can't. Because I was not planning on giving a reason. You know, I don't want to do the whole bite the hand that feeds me crap where it's like, well, they'll never ask you again, but I'm the only one they've been asking. Nobody else accepts ever. And I apologize if this is slow going right now. I did have something in mind for this episode, but I need to be able to call Beth to the office, and I can't do that without having a sim holding her apartment for her. So I had to create somebody. So let's make sure everybody can come to the office now. Before we do that, I will need to do one thing. Since we have to move them anyway, All right. I will be right back. I am going to go get some coffee or possibly, maybe go upstairs and see if anybody's got soda or something. Or, I don't know. But I will be right back. I need something to drink, and the coffee's not really getting it at the moment, but I'll settle for it. I just wish I could get some sugar or something. In the meantime, here's my my new Be Right Back screen. Yeah, it's just a thumbnail, but it's Be Right Back. I'm gonna close this for a minute, buddy. Alright. Let's take that off the screen. Make sure we're back on this. That's going to be the difficult part with using the Be Right Back screen, is that I have to remember to remove it. Too many times when I use that thing, I forget that it's on there, and an hour later I look at my cell phone at the chat and realize I've been talking and playing away on whatever game I'm playing, and y'all have been watching nothing. So, well, hopefully that does a trick. Apparently I've not had tonic water before. There's been a box of club soda and tonic water down here in the basement for like at least since New Year's. And occasionally I don't like seltzer water. I don't like the flavored ones. I don't like it, period. It reminds me too much of Alka-Seltzer cold medicine. But the other day I tried to drink a plain club soda, thinking that I had already tried the tonic water, and so I was going to give the club soda a try. But a second ago I was just going to empty out one of the cans and fill it with water, so I grabbed the tonic water and took a sip. Well, apparently this is more like, this actually has some sugar in it. And tonic water reminds me of drinking a like Sprite, but without as much sugar or without as much flavor. It's got a little bit of citrus in there. So, I mean, I got a couple of sips out of it before I decided to empty it and fill it with water, but at least I got a little bit of sugar. Excuse me. Water went down the wrong pipe that time. Okay, so here's the gist of what's about to happen. So my story all along has basically revolved around these two and what they're doing with this magazine. And will one know that the other is doing whatever? These are the two that are in control of Beauty Magazine. We have Beatrice, who founded the magazine, and we have Jocelyn, the second in command, and I'll just leave it at that. She's the second in command, and they're not enemies or nothing. You know, Beatrice, you know, if anything, Jocelyn's like a daughter to Beatrice. Beatrice gave Jocelyn both jobs of her former second and third in command that used to be in charge of Blush and Bloom magazine. Beatrice is currently taking some time off after being pretty much a workaholic for years, because she ran herself down and found out she's got cancer. And she's going through treatments and taking vacation time, and nobody knows she's got the cancer. Whatever kind it is, I don't even know. She didn't tell me. She's going to survive it, because the story is that she's not going to die. All along I have said she's not dying from the cancer. Now, of course, this is The Sims, and they could any minute decide to screw me over and kill off one of my characters. But she hasn't told Jocelyn that she's trying to take all this time off. She's just, pretty much, for any reason other than she's just taking some vacation time and that she's gonna check in for, when it's time to put the issue to press and show up for the, the meetings at the beginning of the next issue and type thing. Just, that she trusts Jocelyn to get the job done, and whatever happens, she's, if there's a delay, if there's if the deadline's not quite getting made or whatever, she just do your best. She has faith in Jocelyn and the crew to get a good magazine out, maintain the status quo or whatever if needed, but at the same time, right after that, the publisher, Simon Barnes, called Beatrice into a meeting and told her that within the next 3 months, he's going to be buying out some other publishers and magazines, and he's going to be downsizing because he's not going to have 3 or 4 or 5 different beauty magazines under his banner. In his portfolio. She hasn't told anybody at the magazine yet, but he told her to get the sales up, or she might be the one getting folded or merged into somebody else's magazine. She's had 4 years to improve the magazine sales and all that, and she's had a hard time because it's not the magazine she meant to make, and with all the merging and figuring out who's staying or going, and it hasn't been easy, and it's not her vision. It's not the magazine she wanted. It changed on her. But she tried to make a deal with him that, if you're going to just get rid of my magazine, can I have it back and try to take it independent and get a different publisher? And he didn't say no. So there is the possibility that she could go independent, but she's got to have somewhere to go. There's got to be an independent publisher to publish the magazine. It's not easy to just jump ship if there's no ship to go to. In the meantime, Jocelyn was not necessarily going to college to have anything to do with a fashion magazine. Beauty and fashion was not her interest. She was either going to go into business or other journalism or something other than a fashion magazine. But she interned at the magazine during college, and she just impressed the hell out of Beatrice and ended up getting the 2 top jobs at the magazine rolled into one and getting the top pay for both of them right after she graduated from college. Beatrice didn't want to let her get away. It was too important to her. So, Jocelyn finds herself, in charge of this magazine pretty much. And is only just now exploring her own fashion style. And, what does she like to wear? Does she want to wear makeup? Does she, she's been looking into back issues of not just her own magazine that she works at, but other magazines of all sorts of types, and she's trying to get ideas of she's trying to spark her own interest. It's like, if I'm going to work at a magazine, what magazine do I really want to work at? Is this the magazine that I want to work at? Am I allowed to give my input? And I've said all along that Jocelyn and a lot of other people make assumptions about Beatrice. Everybody thinks that she's Miranda Priestley or something. The editor-in-chief fashion bitch. Even though Beatrice has never acted like that, she's always been professional and stern, but not mean in any way. As far as bosses go. The atmosphere they work in is a comfortable one. It's loose. I mean, there's a TV in the conference rooms. There's bright lights. Everybody's got a office with a view. Not that that's what Beatrice provided, because they ended up taking, Simon Barnes gave them that building to work in. And if we ever get away from being published by Simon Barnes and Regency, unfortunately we might not be able to use the train case building anymore, because that belongs to him. I mean, that's kind of one reality, unless something changes with that. Now, given it is the year 2008 in this story, so given what's about to happen in 2009, who knows what's going to happen. But there will be shakeups and all that good stuff, if we ever actually get to that time. Considering I've been stuck in March and April and February since this story began. I mean, hell, we just had a character have a 9-month baby in only 3 days, so I don't know. I mean, is it really still May? Is it really still March, April, and May? No? Yeah? Now, yesterday, or the day before, when Bridget Birkenshire went to the hospital to have her baby, and Beth went along, Beatrice, who has been volunteering at the hospital during her cancer treatments, was there, like I figured she would be. And they had her being the doctor. The story went that she wasn't actually the doctor, but that a labor was going so fast that before they could even get settled into a room and have the doctor show up, Beatrice just showed her right to the operating room, whatever it is, the delivery room. And as soon as Bridget laid down on that table, the baby was coming. And it came out before the doctor could get there. And Beatrice is not a doctor. And there will be consequences with that. Okay, we need to put you back here. Back to your house for now. Let's start with going there. Because we need to get that taken care of real quick. Hopefully when I log in here, she's supposed to work today. It is a weekend, though, so that might not happen. Okay, she works on Sunday. Well, we don't have to go to the office. Do we have a computer on us? Or in the house at all? So, as you might imagine, having watched enough, Chicago Hopes and ERs in the years way back when, you can't have somebody who's not actually a doctor be delivering babies in your hospital without some repercussions. Because you get a real big malpractice lawsuit on that. Now, thankfully, nothing happened with that baby. But unfortunately for Beatrice, she's going to get a phone call. Oh.
Zatorb.
This is Bobby Wynn. She's a cancer survivor at the moment. She's kind of been kind of like a life coach friend to Beatrice as she's going through her treatments. You know, a positivity coach. You know, keep her thinking positive and.
Ah, bisse dib.
Winter yoga? Yeah, winter yoga. So you're going to be in the middle of your yoga. It's after 7. And she's getting a call from her job. Now, she's not quitting. They're telling her that she cannot come back. Unless she's getting treatment, but she's not allowed to volunteer anymore.
Pavarani Squamish. Dasiwa Barleen. Kiniku Swarspa. Brisselek.
You know what? I want to cancel that for a second.
Beam
I want
Shore.
to check something. So she's only okay, she's medical assistant, but they had her labeled as doctor and the other thing. I just wanted to check that really quick before it was too late.
You floof. Vemboy Barovi. Gungane Ansa.
Oh, wow, she finished her bucket list? I didn't know that. Well, you should be. Yeah, you definitely need Observant, because you're the one that's making the beauty magazine for all things beauty, not just pretty faces. Yeah, you're a creative visionary. So.
Ooh. Aha.
Okay, tell her about how you just, tell her about how they won't let you,
Yannick Bispa Plone.
So yeah, I had no choice but to deliver the baby, but I can see what they mean. You know, they can't have me delivering babies, but you know, just I mean, I had no choice. I mean, anybody would have done the same thing unless.
Free but nigh flu.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Totally.
Fazoo whiffed in a bay. But
Okay, we need a burglar alarm. All right. So she's freed up a little bit of time for herself all of a sudden. I don't know what she's going to do now, but she's still going to be doing her treatments. This is where we used to publish the magazine at Chambers Publishing. Oh, have we gone to this museum yet? No, I don't think we have. Is that the thing where it looks like it's a rundown thing? Yeah. Okay. Alright. Well, let's go on in here while she's alone. This is weird. This will be the first time I've been in here with only one sim. And of course, only one sim, but they still find the frackin' pool.
Boyo. Huh.
Okay, you work at the makeup place, cosmetics company. You're one of their researchers, product designers. There's our big W, and it's all in all its glory. Okay.
Oh.
What's one way to get him to walk it? If I was to click that and get him to walk it, and then stop them when they get to the other side.
Oh.
Hey, I told you to stop. Darn it. That almost worked. Now, if I had separate ones, maybe there wouldn't be enough time for them to cry. I don't know. Let's test it on this one. Oh. Damn.
Uh-huh.
Wish there was a way to not have him cry. Anyway, she's, playing around with it. That's what she's doing. She's pretending she's a model. So, she's here alone. She's reflecting on some things. She's trying to come up with some ideas. She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to change the actual magazine that she has now, but because it's not her magazine. Even though she has permission to make tweaks, we need to. We need to change that because I don't. I don't like that. Jeez, it's only 3 o'clock. The darn Tiger game doesn't even start for another hour. Here, 1 second. I want to check something. Okay. Just supposed to be sunny today. So the story all along, I don't want Beatrice telling Jocelyn about the problems the magazine is facing. I don't want, Beatrice doesn't want to, she doesn't want anybody to know about these problems. You know, her hope is that the magazine can turn itself around without having to force it. But it just hasn't been going that way. And it's hard for her to figure out what to do since it's not the magazine she wanted. And she's resisted doing anything to it because she didn't want to make Simon upset with any of the changes she made. It's like, I merged you with that other magazine. I expected you to still be like that other magazine, not just have yours. You know, that's probably what she thinks in her mind that he would say. Especially after firing the other two from the other magazine. Oh, there's a lot of people that have a key to this place, so who knows who's gonna just show up out of nowhere.
Oh.
I wish they would try on outfits they don't already have. Like, no, that's... kind of defeats the purpose of clicking on that when they're trying on things they already own. Here we go, friends hangout. So who we got? Okay, I see Caroline. Well, it's good that you're here, because we're just going to go ahead and, at least, let's see who's here. Oh, Beatrice is here.
Oh, Illinois.
And Julie is here, of course. And Mama came over.
Ah, vem que say so.
I did click on that, didn't I? Is the place locked? The doors are missing. Oh, that must be, when I came in here and it was like all, you're missing things that you don't own because, like, and I'm like, I own all the packs. Okay? I don't have custom content, and I own all the packs, so unless somebody's, like, somehow sneaking something into stuff, and it's infiltrating my building by, I don't want to hear it. Because I'm supposed to have everything. So for starters, that's what's missing. I mean, that could be part of the glitch from when they updated the game. You know, people are having issues with the game. And that's probably another reason why, when I loaded in just now, she was in the pool and not watching a TV somewhere. Because she couldn't get into any of these conference rooms. Now, did I miss anybody? Did anybody else come over that I didn't click on? You're not. That's the other fashion. That's the club, not the magazine. Alright, well, we need to make this little friends hangout quick, because I can't do anything while it's happening.
Oh, Beatrice. Imballingness wabarani bayuni squamish.
So.
Oh, dag. Soy dimpish. The samba.
Wamba boy.
Yishlo. Yib rinishu. Shishtawab. Employ yibs. Beatrice. Oh, Zoprity Ansonoy. Mipin. Jerk. Delvin Jerry. Rezo Tharbo. Dabishi. Wessa Boo Moochie Peachy.
Yeah, Caroline definitely likes to talk about cookies.
Metzl. Shade. 25.
Florix. Oh, sure. Orbiting. Arveni Kinkudu Quibarbs. Potion. Yeah.
Well, that's your response to the pottery thing, huh? You grabbed out your lump of clay. He's like, hey, I'll make some clay right now. Let's throw some clay. That's what they call it, you know, throwing clay. I'm ready to throw down. Throw down, ho down. Well, looks like them plans all went to pot. Okay, there's no time on this.
Apologava. Zobi's about. Apologava. Yala. Ribene Camelina. Dag. Talopa Ruana. Arene. Ebony Florba. Dag. Juxafazoo, huh? Zisamba. Oh, Ina.
Okay. Let's temporarily do it this way. Alright, that way you're not going anywhere. You're going to be... Well, you're not even in the main, or original conference room up here. You know what? Send her home for now. That's not what I was gonna do. She needs to go home. Alright, so... You know, I really wish there was a way to get these things... I mean, maybe if I had her sleep or something, but it's like... She doesn't have a job. She does not have a job. And at the moment, it's not even showing her as being the owner of this. Alright. So, before I was interrupted by the Friends Hangout, I've had this thing all along where there's two dynamics things. The assumptions between these two, where Jocelyn stereotypes Beatrice as, or at least assumes that she's working for the fashion bitch, but she's not. Beatrice has never been like that. You know, she might have a little bit of at times, a resting bitch face or something, but she's not a bitch. At least not unless you make her into one. You know, like the two from Blush and Bloom that she fired. Everybody knowing that she fired those two people kind of contributes to the notion that you don't want to mess with Beatrice. Even though it's always been otherwise like a family around here. So, while Jocelyn has, Beatrice has encouraged her to, hey, look, make decisions, do things. I gave you these job titles for a reason. You have earned them. If anybody's got a problem with you being young and just out of college with these job titles, you tell them to come see me. I'll take care of it. Don't let them push you around. I know you're strong enough to do the job, etc., etc. She's tried to let her know that she can have ideas. She can, she can run the magazine, especially now with what Beatrice is going through, without coming out and saying, hey, I have to let you take control while I'm going through my treatments. But Jocelyn's leery of doing that, doing too much without permission. And without Beatrice being around as much to actually ask for permission, it's been stalled. It hasn't happened as quickly as one might expect. Or, however I'm trying to say that. But at the same time, Beatrice is she's not directly telling anybody that the magazine is under threat of being shut down or merged. And that they only have these 3 months to get it back. To improve it. And I want to have some sort of conversation between these two where the reins are loosened up a bit and Jocelyn knows she's allowed to have ideas without coming right out and saying, Jocelyn, I need you to run the magazine. And do it your way. Beatrice wants to see Jocelyn take control without being told to do it. That's what I've been saying, is that she just assumed that Jocelyn would mature into it, I guess is the word I'm going for. Would just be bold enough to take charge. and have her own ideas, and she's waiting to see what Jocelyn does with her magazine. I want to replace something here. There's something that I have not used, and I need to try using it. That's the wall mural. This. Okay, so I want to see if I can learn anything on here about that. But I want them to have a little meeting here with no one else around. Especially now that Beatrice, she's probably a little upset that she can't volunteer at that hospital now. She got to find something to do, but she doesn't want to hang around the magazine because it's... As much as she loves being at the magazine, it's depressing her. Because she doesn't know what to do anymore. I guess it's kind of like being the mother of a teenager where you had the perfect relationship going, but now all of a sudden it's like you can't control the teen, and it's not the kid you thought you were raising. I guess that's one way I could think of it. Alright, you know what? Let's see what happens when we view this.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, let's see what happens. Okay, Beatrice is going to come down here and see her working in here, and
Oh. Oh. Walla nibble.
Well, I know that feeling. I see you're staring at a blank board over there, huh? Yep. I'm trying to get some inspiration, some ideas. Yeah. I've been a little bit lost lately. I hear you. How about a joke about fashion? How about that?
Gorsoy. Ah. Ishana. Bratinus Minchi. Barleen Yorid. Clevite Benu. Fredoiba Fala Yadim. Foy Bigranoi.
Compliment your art.
Boshim. Ah, Vula
Maybe, okay. Maybe what we're doing here, she wants to know the history. She's wanting to get into the history and stuff of magazines in general. And she wanted to be a journalist. So let's have her stop talking to her like an employee for a moment and kind of interview her.
Petit. Flazzle Pelka. Siglona. Ah, Bayumi. Ah. Zagu. Glaive Narza. Yes. Quaba Vimps Zimple. Rishi Pando. Ah. Risala Kumbar. Pardu Skinsa Plosh. Kuna. Uchi Peachy. Pashushi. Snabe. Freeba. Sool Sool. Quink. Ah. Ina. Yumba. Robin. Sool.
Alright, let's see what happens if we use if we've got it on us.
Zombo. Chankina. Grasha. Huh. Huh.
Do you have to be in the style influencer thing to use the board? Do I have... Okay. Thank you, AI, for figuring out what the hell I was saying. Alright. Well. Well, maybe I'll have to get her a job. That sucks because I don't really want to have to do that again, but I want to see what this is like. But hey, maybe she's going to do that. Let's go ahead and do that then. Because we really didn't give it a complete try the last time. Maybe by already having this, we can start quickly. I just wish that I wish I didn't wear that stupid outfit though. The weird green and orange looking it's a stupid looking outfit that they wear in this career. You know, you'd think they'd be wearing like the Penny Pizzazz dress or something to be a style influencer. All right, let's do an assignment. Well, hey, I was going to have her interview her anyway. That works. So, I come on, girl, spit it out. I know you're a little bit lost. We gathered that, right? But where are we starting from? Has anybody been bothering you about the jobs? Anybody giving you a hard time about being in charge? No, not at all. I mean, we really got some good people around here. And again, everybody seems to be so busy lately with what's going on in their own lives. You know, I don't know. I hardly see them anymore. It's like everybody's working from home and doing other things all of a sudden. You know, I mean, I'm a little worried that I hope everybody's doing what they're supposed to do, because I don't know if the magazine will be on time. Well, don't worry about that. We've had late runs before. It'll be what it is. And I'm not going to blame you. It's not going to be your fault. But what if it is? I mean, even if you don't blame me, what if it is my fault? You know, I don't even know if I really know the subject of what I'm supposed to be doing. I've been trying to study it. You know, I've been looking at old magazines. I've looking at back issues of yours. Trying to figure out if I belong here. You know, do I even have an interest in fashion and beauty? You know, I'm slowly finding out that there's parts of me that do enjoy it. You know, but I still want to do my own thing. I don't want to do what everybody else is doing. Jocelyn, that's what I like about you. I don't want you to be somebody else. You just keep doing whatever it is you're doing and figuring things out for yourself. I'm going to support you. Do you mind if I ask you some questions? You know, not as my boss. I always wanted to become a journalist, right? I don't know, maybe if I could interview you as you instead of my boss. I'd like to know more about you. I'd like to know more about the magazine I'm working for. What is this all about? What are we trying to do? It's a very good question. And if you'll give me a moment, I'll gladly go over that whole thing with you. Whatever you ask me, I'll do my best to answer. But first, maybe we should get something to drink. Maybe some coffee. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll get it. No, you just sit there and think about your questions, okay? I'll get the coffee. And that is my cue to go get some. I will be right back. And if I'm not right back, well, I might be getting some food or something while I'm away, but I'll be right back when I'm back. Calm down, bud. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. You don't eat these. Okay, I am back now. So Beatrice is making a pot of coffee. And we're about to do a little bit of an interview thing here.
Oh, Longus. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Alright, so let's have our coffee. No. Jocelyn? Your butt in this chair. Your butt in this chair. Come on.
Uh-huh.
Jocelyn.
Gosh, la.
Drink it over there. I am so sick and tired of this game doing this stupid crap. Drink the coffee sitting in that chair.
Uh-huh. Oh? We may. Ah, Brenna, show my y'all know. Yips. Uh-huh.
Oh, you're gonna sit in that chair? Oh, wow. Yeah, right. She's already done with her damn coffee. Way to go. This ruins the whole story when I gotta, you know? Couldn't have just stayed there, you know? Now neither of them has coffee. I wish I had the option to just click on them and be like, refill. Hey! Alright, well, there we go. I didn't know I could do that. Too bad I can't just bring the pot over. So how do I want this to go? She's going to interview her. So let's see, how am I going to have her do this?
Ploy Masharnu? Aw, yo-yo. Yibs. Swab yo-na. Shinorm boya. Lombek. Warno ooks. With a charb. Yebony. Demise. From. Yibs. Saquinario. Omafoof. Moomba. Yalik Doba. Bane. Chub. Dasmikos Karanzi. Funchil Bratsa. Spapam. Freeba. From. Omoof. Voosh. Buna. From. Planide Veruda. Quofi. Daki Pefin. Florib Essenoi. Brainim Dubma. Oh! Yes. Bin Faheb. Vula Shaka. Abimi. Dimis. Warma. Boma. Oh. Sabine. Saquinario. Sabar. Bonin Gravi. Kalimpo. Oh, yes. Sator. Kinkubu Koiba? Narble. Ah, Yibs. Hibaway. Yibs.
Okay, so what does that do?
Oh. Lombek. Arno Ooks. With a charb. Dasmikos Karenzi. Funchil Bratsa. Spapam. Bruhana de Lopa. De Weeperbar. Dubma Blorfin. Narshkol Smiba, huh? Huh.
Okay, so that's what it does so far. Bear with me. I'm trying to get the ball game to work on my other phone.
Ah.
I don't know what that does, other than the usual plan outfits.
Oh, Bendola.
Oh, cool. So what are we gonna do here? There we go.
Frody Maruthe. Blinzelfien. Tasp. Aspinall. Zek. Thanks. Gaffa Fioba. Dimis. Warma. Boma. Axoa.
So, let's see. Let's start with, what about some of the things that I've never really come up with? What is the background on Beatrice? Where is she from? I might have said something before about where she was from, but I don't remember what it was. So, with that being said, if I go to say something right now, and it doesn't match up with whatever I previously said about her, I apologize. And, you know, I guess I'd be changing the canon, right? Don't change the canon. So where is Beatrice from? Oh man, I wish I remember what I might have said before, because if I said something, that's kind of bugging me. I feel like I, can't say something different now. Now, I'm going to say this, not related to this, but since I actually got this stream started early today, there's a chance I might stop this one at some point and then start another so that we can go longer. Because otherwise I'd have to stop at like midnight and not keep going. Where are we at right now? We're currently at 4 hours, so yeah, we'd be having to stop at just past midnight. Buddy, settle down, please. So, now the good news is I just ate something, so if I did do that, it might be just a matter of letting my dog out really quick as best I can while this party's going, and getting him back in here, and then starting the next stream. But Did I make the good timers, or was that... No, I didn't. I don't remember making that club. She just joined it. Oh, she must not have talked to these people in a while, and that's why she can't talk to them. Or can't see the info. So, where are you from?
Kiba Glosh.
Where am I from? Well, maybe she's from Nordhaven. I don't know where Nordhaven's supposed to be like, what, Norway or something like that, but... Okay, this is getting a little bit too difficult for me to do. I don't... I mean, the idea is that she's interviewing her and not directly asking about the magazine yet. Just, what made you want to... How did you get into fashion or beauty, or... what kind of fashion do you like, or... what was your family like? I don't know. I don't know what she's actually asking, but she's starting out by interviewing her. Do we have the option of interviewing her again with the other thing? No. What was I going to do when I originally wanted to get these two together like this earlier today? Oh man, I got so sidetracked earlier with having to tell the whole... I had a plan to get on here and do something, and because I had to go through the whole backstory of what happened yesterday with the other character and all that, and it took like 45 minutes to do that, and I'm kind of... Did you want to make magazines or work at a magazine, or did you want to be some other kind of journalist? Well, I originally I wanted to get into fashion magazines. I wanted to work for one. I wanted to do fashion articles and such. But when I went to work at one, there were times when I didn't feel like I belonged there. You know, a lot of the things I would write, other people would be correcting them. You know, like as if I'd violated fashion rules or something, and I can't have articles that violate the fashion rules. And you know, it's like I always felt I wasn't good enough to write the fashion articles. And it made me want to rebel and have my own magazine. I never really wanted to have my own magazine. I just wanted to work at one. But, I mean, I had my interest in fashion. You know, I mean, come on now. It's, you know, pretty dresses, you know, but when you start hearing all these rules that everybody's got about you can't do this, you can't wear white after this day, and you can't wear those shoes with that shirt, and it just, I can't stand that. But our magazine is kind of like that right now. Well, she didn't say it that way. But our magazine is like that. Yeah, and unfortunately it currently is. Now you said you started looking at some of the old magazines. Have you really looked at the one I had? Have you really looked at our back issues? Have you really read the articles? Or did you just flip through them? Have you read the letters to the editor? Have you read my letters to the readers in those magazines? You know, if you're gonna do some research, you gotta do the research. You know, if you're gonna ask me about what kind of magazine I wanted to make, I think your best bet is to go read that stuff. Get an idea of what I was thinking and feeling at that time. Because too much has changed in the past few years. So are you saying that you're saying that we don't have a magazine that you like? I'm saying it's different. Okay, I'm trying to hold back. This is me talking, not her. I'm trying to hold back here because I don't want her to come right out and say she wants to change the magazine. I don't want her to say that. I I don't mean to cut this interview short, but well, I got a bit of a headache, and I need to get home. But I'd love to continue this. All I can say is, you're doing fine. Just do what you're doing. Whatever it is you're trying to do, you know, if you're gonna be a boss, be a boss. Just be you. You've got this. Okay. Okay. Well, you have a good night, boss. You too, boss. Buddy, hold on. Hold on. Okay, so I think that's probably a good time for me to split the episode. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put her back to her house and leave just Jocelyn here for the moment. But when I start the next episode, in a few minutes after I let the dog out and all that, there's going to be some stuff happening. Jocelyn's going to start doing some stuff, and I'm kind of excited about what I come up with. I do want to come up with some things. Buddy, stop your whining for a minute. We'll do it in a second, okay? Let me end the episode first, please. Please, let me end the episode, please. So, I'm going to try not to be too much of a delay here, but within about a half hour or so, we'll be starting the next episode. Okay? Let me type that into the chat really quick. All right. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you to those who were watching this episode. Thank you to anybody who leaves a like. And if I don't see you in the next one, have a great day. But in the meantime, thanks for watching, and bye-bye for now.